Well, hello. Happy Friday, everyone. Okay, let's get us a second terminal here because we're going to need one to drive Git. We're going to need one to drive the to run editor from. Get that out of the way. So, over the week, I did make a little bit of change here. I made the gaps a little smaller and the boxes a little bigger, and I kind of started thinking more about. I threw away the um, temporary placeholder code for the dash that we were using. I wasn't super happy with it just yet, so check that out because we're gonna need to do some tweaking here. And I feel like this needs to be taller as well. I did change the constants just a little. Map widget. This is now divided by 4. I think it was 5 before. Height short. Why does that not make... Oh, I wonder if I... So you're 80% of the parent height, 100% of the width. That's correct for the horizontal connections, which are these guys, right? I wonder if I left it out. Yeah, this is flipped. Well, no. Parent width, 80. Parent height, 100. That's correct. It should be flipped. Then this guy is 99% of the parent. So why... This looks like these are narrower still. Am I losing it? This is 100. That's 100. Just that. Width narrow. Height short. That would be in the parent of the base. Yes. Oh, hang on. This is a button. Container is what? So let's get set to 1, 1. Width narrow. Height full. That's correct. This is where it is. We set a max here. Width full, height short. No, we did. We did remember. Hmm. Let me set you to grow. Let's take a look here real quick. Expect frame 2. Not frame 2, frame 3. So that is a horizontal box, yeah. That's correct. The box around it, right? The button is 80% of its height, so that it has a little bit of an indent. That's correct. To go. There we go, 19. Yeah, its height is just not. Can I see the height? If it's divided by 4, it should be 25, right? 100, yeah, 25 dp. I guess that's fine if the parent is dp. It shouldn't. Yeah, it should be. Should be. So why? Take a look at your style. 2500. Yeah. Wonder if the unit is the problem there. It shouldn't be. For fun, let's just take height short and say that you are divided by 3. See what happens. Oh, hello, Aman. Noob question, but what are the boxes showing? They're map tiles. They represent a room in the map. Let me run this real quick here. You see here, it has a room ID, it has a description and a verbose description, and its location. And they're just showing coordinates for the sake of sanity, making sure my layout is correct right now. Let's see. So that didn't really make this much bigger, did it? We can go down to like 19. This should be like way, way different. It's not. Something else is messing with this. Or I'm going insane. Which is also possible. You never know, right? This is based on Heightful. Width and height in the parent. We just set you to grow. That's correct. But they make a frame here. Parent frame. Wonder if it's because we set you. It shouldn't matter. Set the parent frame display style to grid. Maybe this is part of it, because this shouldn't be set to grid here, right? This is um the full parent, the three splits. But no, it's not. This is the one that has the splits. So this should be grid. Very much so. It is literally a grid. The would have to be in vertical connection. Width full. Heights. Short. Set it to grow on both. So why do you look wrong? I suppose there's a way for me to is there any sort of padding or anything else going on here, I wonder? No padding there. For fun. Do this. There's absolutely no way. Yeah, okay. Something is for sure not being called correctly. Or it's not being built correctly. Grid, columns, that many. Have to be here. Container, which is the new frame. Add you to container, but you should already have a size by then. Why would I not? Hmm. Bet you it's this. I bet you it's trying... Did I have to do this over here? No. I bet you it's saying I don't need to grow any bigger. Let's make sure. I feel like I've run afoul of this before. Yeah, that looks much better. How annoying. I'm not sure why grow was not being completely respected in that. It's supposed to. There's more space available. Extra available space is allocated as grow divided by sum, all grow. Well, we fixed it. I wonder if we can take grow out of there now that we've just manually said, hey, your max and min is both this. It's horizontal. Yeah, looks like we can. Okay. So we'll get rid of that. Do less things if we don't need to do them. Okay. The other thing I've been thinking about is how do we determine, because we do need to get these things with a connector between them in the UI world, right? And it just gets really, really super messy. And I can bring up can run it to show what I'm talking about and thinking about. So it gets super messy to try to figure this out on the fly because we're eventually going to also want to have empties on the outside, at least one, right? And some of that is going to be, can I, doesn't look like control scroll works for side to side. That was weird. So like we don't want to make you constrained to this window exactly, but we don't want to make you have to put a thing next to a thing. Like if you want to put a gap in, you should be able to, right? Set a room off to the side or something. So eventually it's going to get more complicated. Right now we can kind of deterministically say, well, I've been placed here, so these coordinates are obviously my neighbors, but that's not always going to be accurate, right? So I'm thinking that we're going to need a second grid that is like the display grid, which actually has these guys in them. Because right now, these exist only in the UI. There's no data structure that represents them in the program's memory, right? Except for in the UI parts. So we can't like call to that grid and say, hey, what's at this actual coordinate, right? which kind of feels like it would be the best way to find the adjacent numbers or adjacent tiles. So why don't we do that? This needs... we need to... we have a... we have tile update data. We have selected tile, which is a map tile widget. So we have a map tile widget, which holds the tile, the button that it's connected up with, and whether or not it's new. But and who creates and uses you? You are for use there. Create tile edit struct. We also created here. It's only when we build a selected tile, which is when we click, right? We would need to... so we have a grid at that gets the game map grid. So we would need to store like the original coordinates if we were to do this, which could be in here. That'd be fine. Which actually might eliminate some properties here. Because if we already know about the button, oh, we would don't here. But if we did already know about the button, we would just pass it the tile widget. This would still go in there. This would be... we get this out of the button reference. Or not the button reference, but the tile reference. And we actually just put it in. Yeah, that would clean up a lot of things, I think. So if we do this, we actually have the... we have a reference to the tile it's connected to. So this would actually just be... we wouldn't even need to store the original. We just need to put this over here because this is kind of where we build it, so it makes more sense now. And then as we go through here, this still needs to be this because it needs to know the X and the Y. So now we got to think about how do we put this into the grid that represents the view. Because it's not going to be one-to-one. It's going to be... this should still run. Let's just assume that we have them on the edge for right meow. So this is 10 by 10. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 at the end of 7. 10, 11. So instead of grid, the size being we had somewhere in here where we accounted for, it was in the columns. It'd actually be len plus 1. The length plus len plus 1, right? Double check my counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 at the end of 7. 10, 11. Yeah. And then we would have to account for, I shouldn't have closed that. So if we were to build an 11 by 11 to hold this with the buttons, so this would be 0, 0, but it'd also be 0, 1. This would be 0, 2. And its neighbor, well, maybe we don't care. Maybe that's fine. So this is 0, 0, but also 0, 1. This is 0, 2. This is 0, 3, but it's also, or no, sorry. This is 1, 0, but it's also 0, 0. This is 2, 0. This is 1, 0, but it's also 3, 0. 4, 0. This is now 5, 0, but it's also 2, 0. So I subtract 3. Is that always true? No, it's not true here because this is 1, 0, 0. Okay. So we can't just like math that real easy, I don't think. We would need to we would just automatically increment. We would just track a counter for X and Y in the view grid, I think. And then anytime we added one, we would increment that. Added anything to it. So, first, let's get everything running off of map tile widget. And then we'll add the view grid and we'll start populating it. We'll need another struct for a connection tile, right? This will need, or will it? This might not need to know about its position in the view tile. We'll leave it until we discover whether or not we need. What do you need? Maybe whether or not you're new, because that's going to have bearing on displaying our this, right? So if we do this, I don't remember if I did this on stream or not, but you only have a delete option available if the tile already exists. So, you know, nice to use. Guide you towards success, essentially. So maybe we just need that. We might need other things in here, but we'll leave them for now. This is going to need a button for sure as well. Because it'll need a reference to itself when we pass it in to the on-click handler, right? Okay, so still want to make this run off of the map tile widget instead of tile button. You can still exist like this, that's fine. I'm quite happy with that. This will have to change to update the view, right? But that's fine to the view grid. what we'll do is we fill this. Your map tile is not that grid at. This is new button, new is false. We just delete that. We actually need to create this before we register the on-click. Like so. Because we're going to want to give this the widget, not tile handler. It's right here. You would just need this. If that makes sense. Let's not make you pointer unless we need to. This would be that. This is file widget dot button. Oops. To set up our escape key press. Selected tile would then need to also take this. We don't need to do this anymore. This is map tile is nil. Then we do this. Okay, yeah, we do need to store the coordinates because if this is, if grid at is nil, we need to build a nil holder button still, right? For the UI portion. So we can put you there. And then when we make you here, that, then we can pull them out. We say this location is actually widget dot map chords. And then we say map tile is this. This is now this. This is now that. What do we use that for? That's true now. And we don't need that. Set selected tile. Oh, this is the refresher. Yeah. Duh. So select the tile. That tile. That button is all we need. Or not even button. Just tile. And then I don't need that. Don't think. Hopefully. Let's find out. No errors in this anymore. Well, no syntax errors. This is now, and this does need to be a pointer because we're going to be passing it along down. Maybe? Let me think here. Yes. This here might not need to be. It wasn't before. Except for we need to possibly give it back up. So let's just see what that gets us. So then this, we just do that. Let's see if that's still, everything still works. We're at 3.2. Do that. Still has that in there. This isn't correct. It's still holding on to that. And that is because our button update is because we put the, okay, yeah, we put the reference in here. And when we save it, updater, where do we call? Ah. Theoretically, this should, this tile, here is where we need to, we also need to do, wait. If we just do this, but decide to spell it right. Actually, the only thing we need to do is change this. That. Because everything else gets referenced along the way, I think. So if we were to do that, So 3, 3. That's good. Let's delete 5, 3. Come back. It's empty. Fantastic. If we do whatever, cancel. Still empty. We do whatever. Save. It gets coordinates again. We come back. Okay, fantastic. That takes us to working again. Back up to where we were with the new structure. And cleans up this a lot. The this a little, but this a lot. I like that more. This is going to bite us as soon as we start adding these two tiles, but that's fine. Want to get the tile buttons working first, or the connection buttons rather. So that's a good stop point for that. Now, so connection tiles, this is what I was thinking when I would start going down this bunny trail, right? The selected connection has to figure out which tiles, right? Doesn't seem like the correct place to be doing this. So what we do instead, we want to how do I want to lay this out? This needs to be we'll know where its coordinates are. We could put on the view map a method that says, hey, get my neighbor. Doesn't seem like the right place though. This shouldn't, okay, this shouldn't be doing any of this. We should be storing who my connections are in here, right? In order to do that, we need to know which direction this connection is, because this is just a generic connection, right? We don't know how we want to consume that yet. Let's kick that can just a few inches down the road here. Let's get the view map working first. Once we get this cleaned up and get this started to be built into these things, I think it'll clarify some things. I'm also thinking that our UI right now is a little bit lacking. I'm not super happy with the form yet because this doesn't clearly show. Like, we have coordinates in here now that are pretty printed, but this does a poor job of showing that this is like the same connection, right? Just opposite sides of it. I'm not sure how I want to do that just yet. but we'll kick that down the road just a little bit too. First thing we need to do, we need to kind of start at the beginning, right? We need to make this build a view grid for us to use, inhabit, consume, etc. Hey Jazz, how you going? How's your Friday? Absolutely wunderbar. Excellent. You know, it goes a-okay so far. Let's see. So building the grid is not hard. We would need to change this. Filling the yeah, we solved that kind of. We just need to track display grid position. So this becomes that, but also we shouldn't do that here. We can get the tile grid. And then this would need to be how do I want to do this? Because we don't want a connection tile widget or a map tile widget to be the only widget. Or we would either have to make this like an interface that gets messy, or we can say that this is now a view grid widget. Kill this real quick, just so it is quiet down there. Map chords, view chords. Does that make sense? Do we even need them? We need them because we need to update the connection, right? If we want to reuse the same function that we used to build it, update basically will rerun that, I think. So then this becomes list of view grid widgets. And then we need to say we need to build this so that it's the same size but +1 down here, right? In theory. So we care about that. range of tile grid. Append that. And then this. Just a nil, right? Fill it with nils. And then we don't care about the y index in this case, I believe. So we build our x-axis. They're all a list, or a slice rather, of pointers. And then we say, hey, except for this is view grid. No, sorry. It is tile grid because it is the size of the tile grid at this index. I think that's correct. Then this becomes the length of view grid because it should be the size of the dealio there. We take this out of here. We go through tile grid. First thing we do is we add a horizontal connection. Here we need 0, 0. We add this at view grid X, view grid Y. We add a this is for the Y index. View grid Y is plus equal 1. Up here, we need to set this one here. Oops. This one up here, not here. So we add the horizontal connection. This is X because we're building in the X-axis here. Horizontal. Because for 0, then we move over, right? Because we had to flip it, or rotate it rather, for the display build. Then we add a tile button. That stays the same. This goes away. At the end of this, we're going to need to say We need this to live in here, not up there. I'm gonna reset it each time. If the if we're at the end of the tile grid, we append that. And I suspect that this is going to ultimately end up in a function so that we can resize. But for now, it can stay here. That's fine. So at the end of going through the X row, we say this no longer is that. It's just always, right? Because we actually want this to go first. Because we're going to want one row of connections, vertical connections to go on the outside. So range of the tile grid, X index, Y index. This needs to be up here as well. No. This is wait, we need to do this. Okay. This needs to be on both ends, right? Because we need it both before and after. So let's do this as a helper. We can't make this a method because there's no type for the view grid, and that's fine. I don't think we want one just yet. If we do in the future, we can certainly use it, make a type for it, but this can just be, this will take the takes a view grid. Ooh, we got to be careful here because well, no, because we're good. The verticals are still there, and we account for them with the diagonal. Okay, yeah. So range of the view grid. Oh, we need this to be this so that we can add that. And I need to know the row index as well that I'm adding to. Then I don't need that. It's always going to have that. We add a vertical, we add a diagonal, except for we're going to need diagonal first on the end, and then we're going to need another one on the end if we put this on the end. So, sure, I've messed something up in here along the way somewhere, but let's put you down below. Nope. Keep you together. You can stay there. That's fine, I guess. So, we that this, and then we say y index is equal to the length of the view grid at I guess the first row is fine because it's always going to be square for now. -1. Then we need to throw another in here. I think, though, that has to come after. Okay. If I haven't completely screwed up, this should build me essentially what I had before in the UI, but I'm sure I've missed something. There's too many multi-dimensional arrays to get this in one. Oh yeah, oh yeah. So, that certainly is a thing. This looks like it doesn't have enough columns. Let's take a look and see. Tell me. Columns of 10. Okay. So that's a problem. And it's because didn't do this. Len tile grid plus Len tile grid +1. And the same thing here. Reel myself a note so I don't forget. I can't tell exactly what that emote is supposed to be. What face? Ah. What? Oh dear, I have broken something horribly now. It's because... Nope. Let's see here. $49 pages. That should be... That's the Cogent 66. Okay, that makes sense. Digit walk down is where that is. Index out of range 10 with length 10. I get this to... No. Map widget 123. Right here. Tile grid at... yes. I see. So this just needs to be 0 because they are irrevocably square currently. Okay. Looks like we're probably the correct width. We're just not on the correct... we forgot to... We're putting things in. We add the vertical connection. We need to do... Why'd that be 2 of them, though? We need to add 1 to our view grid Y here because we just added... we added a Y. Yeah, we're going to want to pull this up into the map widget, I think, because if it has to hang off this as a method, that's fine. We're probably going to need it to. I don't really want to make a new type for it if I don't have to, just because there's so many already floating around. And this needs to stay... Oh, then we have to pull that. So maybe this is fine. Then we do this. So we filled in another row of Ys. So we do another increment of the view grid Y. So that we're on the next row down. And then we increment the Y index. We say if you are, this should be, you're at the length of the tile grid, then we know we're done populating that, and we just fill in one more. Okay. Okay, this is almost a little better, I think. So we have an X row, but then no. We're getting one extra. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, right above 7. Seventeen, 18, 19, 20, 21. That is 10 plus 10 plus 1. That's correct. But it also looks like we got not enough or more columns than we need, or not enough, or something's going on there. Looks style. Columns 21. So why? What's going on here? Why are y'all getting smooshed into 0, 1, 2, 3, or go all the way to 21? Ah. 21. Oh, it should be, yeah, 20, because 0. And then 21 is the next one, which should actually be this, but it's not. Why not? Oh, okay. So, Y index, so this is 0. Makes sense. Tile grid. This row. We add a vertical row, vertical connection row, which is this guy, who appears to be more or less correct. Starts and ends with a diagonal, has 21 elements in it. Then Y index is here. Our view grid X gets reset. This gets incremented. So we should be on the next row now. View grid X is 0. For X index range tile grid, we add a horizontal connection, which is correct, except for this row that I don't know where it's coming from. That's actually an interesting question. Where is that row coming from? Because it doesn't start or end with a diagonal. Like there's an extra row in here somewhere that's getting added. But we start with a vertical, or a horizontal rather, connection. We add them in between. And then we don't end with... No, we do end it with it just gets scooched down and this gets put in place. Okay, so... we reset this. We add this. Horizontal connection gets added. View grid X plus equals 1. So it's 0, now it's 1. We add a tile button. We say if this is at the end, then we add one of these. Obviously it's not. We should do this. Both times, because this does indeed increment that. I wonder if I made the same mistake here. I did. So, because we had 2, let's do this. X is 0, x less than len of view grid x just nothing. Can I do that? Oops. I'm going to do that. I might as well just do that. Oh, what in the world? Oh, it's because when I refactored, I wasn't paying attention. Killed my that. Okay. Make x 0 or x less than len view grid. Put you at x. I should rename this to x index. That. Add one there as well. Might be missing something here, but let's just try it. Okay, better. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 above 6. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Why? Why do those 2 get added? Where do they get added? It's because I think it's because I don't increment there. So it's running an extra copy of the loop, or an extra iteration. Yes. Beautiful. We're a little bit misaligned here somewhere. But we're way closer to what we want. So the last one, something is not right with, looks like. So what happened here? Bet you it's the same. Yeah. Add one more to view grid Y. think. It's hard to tell where exactly those rows are living at. Nope, not quite. Okay, that's fine. Just need to figure out what the heck you're doing. Let's see if we can figure out, get more info from the inspect. It's going to be towards the end. There's 405, 6, 7, 8. Actually, let's go backwards real quick. 1, 400, 399 is that. $398 is that. So what happened on the row up above? Still further. $378 is you. How did I end up with an extra 377? That I ended up with an extra horizontal. Why this? And why here but not anywhere else? Because I didn't do this. And this should be no, that's correct. Put in horizontal, we add one. Put in a tile, we add one. It should end though, so we shouldn't care. Just for funsies, I'm going to run this. I don't think that's the issue. No, yeah, makes sense. Something else is going on here. Where things are fighting. We're also not getting our final. That doesn't matter because it's the very last. I think that needs to be that because we add one beforehand. Add vertical. Oh. Why is that? That should be this, right? Can I just copy pasta myself to misery? While I was moving stuff around? Did. Okay, that's fine. Because it works now. And I do like it when it works. That's nil. That crashes us currently. That's fine. We know about that. Let's not test a nil. Let's test an existing one. Or 3. That worked. I will delete 4.2. Deleted. This isn't clearing when we do that. We'll check that in a second. Should be. Beautiful. And then this dies because it's no longer connected. That's fine. Okay. I need you to exit, please. Die. Thank you. Okay. So now all of that. Can we do a nil slice here? Yes, I think we can. Because we build it here. We'll need to have like a default size if we have no size or something, right? So there we go. We can do that. Beautiful. Love that. We need to that. So when we do these now, because these live here, we give these view grid, which is correct, I think. So here is where we need to build. So we're going to need a helper that takes the view grid chords and a direction. Horizontal is still valid because you're only ever between two. So you'll have a left and a right tile. Okay, let's do this. So now we just need to set this up to where it won't have a left and a right. Yeah, this is going to have to be. Could do an interface or an any for the definition of a view map, but Then I would have to type check. It's either that or build interfaces, right? That might be the sanest way. Is we do a type assert, and if it fails, we say throw an error, say, hey, you done goofed. So if we were to do that, then this would have some fields. And we need to have up to 4 because we need diagonals to be these. I'm going to try to make this as clear as possible. And we also need to gracefully handle nils. We could do a struct for a connection. Does that get us anything? And this is going to help us too, because if we store a pointer to the tile, then we can add a method to the tile to update the... Actually, we could just use connect. We already have connect, so we use the parent map. That won't work when we have multiple parents, or different parents rather, if we're connecting between rooms or something like that. That's the other thing to think about, is these need to be able to handle... Yeah, okay. And then that way, if one of these is nil, we'll be able to handle that when we're in the connection level. Probably a pointer, because we're gonna want to mutate it, right? Otherwise, we can't tie it to structs and stuff. Thinking that's probably what we want. And then this needs to be a view grid. And then we can start... Do we want to... Do you want to pull this out into another file? We can do that later. It's fine. Probably is probably going to be the answer, though. Let's do move this into a new view grid that will build. Like so. Do that for now. This is going to have to take these are both ints. Control Alt M is your best friend. Is that the extract function shortcut? Then this can just be actually make this I've used it a number of times that it usually doesn't give me what I actually want. Probably just do that. Do the same thing here. That should build that as soon as we give this. Len tile grid, len tile grid at index 0. This needs to return. Our lovely new grid. These will need to do that. Except for, I think this doesn't need to be a pointer. Ah, you need to be that for one. Like so. Okay, there we go. Gets that fixed up. Okay, now all of that. Good. Just need to... Oh, gee, thanks, little bot. Thought I had my settings set up correctly to where y'all didn't get to spam me anymore. Now, why? Mod icons have gone away. There we go. Okay, now, where was I? So, now that that is a thing, we need to come in here in our edit bar. No, we didn't do... Oh, because we don't actually put them into the view grid here yet. We would need for that to... Well, hang on a second. Yeah, because I need to get the things out of the view grid. So, view chords. Yes, that's true. App chords, also true that you need those. Maybe. Maybe not. Let's delete it for now. But, the map widget needs a... Oh, it helps if you type it correctly. Here we do. And then let's do... Oops. All right, so that's a little more readable. When we go to tile button, we also need to say, create that. It would need to also be aware of guess I could just do this. This would then be that. Same thing down here. Like so. But then also we do map tile is that, new button is that. We want the button as well. No, we just want to say view grid at the X, view grid chords, the Y equals map tile. You need to be not pointer. This needs to be information X index, Y index. View grid X. View grid Y. So that can go in there. And then because over here we just still deal with, not here, but here we don't actually worry about that because it's non-click handler. So I think we're good there. We know the type here. We just built it. Put it into the view grid. Life is groovy. Okay. So this should all be working still, theoretically. Let's just test that. Let's see, 3, 2. Click off, click back on. We're good. 4, 2. We'll delete you. Fantastic. Okay. Let's also refix that. When we delete, we need to update the button. That would be in grid at map grid chords. That would be on the buttons here. There we go. Probably just need to do that in all cases, I think. Because these are closures, we just need to put we do call refresh selected tile. It's just not need that maybe. If so, that might be a little bit of a thing we should take a look at because yes, it is. Okay. Because we hold the reference to the tile in here. If we do set selected tile, it's called again, which is fine. We just need to frame update, buttons update. Probably just need to hang off of the let's rename this because it's no longer. We decided to go with an interface for the view grid type. So this is for sure a map grid widget always. let's do an update function for it that will call. What do we do for it? Was in tile button. Yeah, we just need to do this basically. Which actually just means we just need to do that. Or we could do this, which I like a little bit more. Oops. You. This can be don't have access to the parent here. Okay, that's probably fine. I see. I see. Let's undo this. Doesn't really serve any purpose to pull this out just yet. We can just leave this the way it is. Don't think I like that this is a side effect of updating the button, that it will pull the tile, but we'd have to start getting more complicated for no good reason to take it out, right? So mm. All right, well, we'll leave it for now. Might come back to that. I'm going to take a quick break, step away, stretch out, etc. I'll be right back, and then we'll continue on with this refactor here to get things close where we want to think. So. All right. So let's do. That's done. Selected tile is okay. So the next thing we need to do is add the connections need to run off of, well, they don't need a map grid. They just need a view grid. So that's good actually. They just need to get put into connection handler, which sets that. So this is going to need to go to this is where we know about the direction that we're in because we have horizontal and vertical and diagonal. So this is going to get a little messier. Let's do not really messier, but more complicated. Let's do a quick commit here. That so first probably want to just put in the direction into the tile widget itself so that we can use it later. We build that, and then before we register on click, we say connection tile widgets, fill the fields. Direction is horizontal. Connections are nil for now. Button is button. New is false. The thing we're going to want to do, so when we're here, um, as we're building this, right, we don't know about our neighbors yet. We can still put it in our view grid though. And leave this for now just to get it working. So we put it in there, and we're going to have to do the same thing in our vertical. And let's do... let's do that. Notes for future me. We'll need to do this once more for diagonals. Like so. And then, okay, so when we go through, we're just going to plonk them in place. And then the view grid. Let's just call it finalize for now. And then we can say, well, no, because here we need access to the map as well. So we need to do this. And so we need to go say for and we need to also be careful because this is flipped from normal. And that's going to have bearing on the coordinates we choose to check. So we need to do similar to how we did this. Can I not? Okay, that's fine. This is just going to have to exist, right? So it doesn't really matter because if it was nil or if it's a 0 length, either way, it's broken. At this point, we need to initialize one, right? So this is being finalized. We can pretty much assume, hopefully, that we have the list. So we do this. And then how did we do it up here? We did Yeah, just less than. But this one is view grid. Range of at y index. So then we go through and we want to say if the view grid at I have to break this out because we need to do this to say if this is a, what did we call you? Connection widget, connection tile widget. If we can type assert this correctly, then what we do is we say we're going to need a helper for this, right? But it's going to need, might not even make sense to have a helper though, because it's going to need access to the tile map. So theoretically, we should just come in here and get our selected stuff here. This is the asserted direction that we switch on. Is we put that in there. But we don't do this. And these indexes are wrong. What we actually need to do is say this is a connection. The origin is going to be and if it's horizontal, we'd be careful though. So up here we need to say do we want to just store the game map, or do we want game map tile, or do we want to store something else? Like the grid widget. That has a button. And if we change the connections, they're actually going to get changed on the tile, which needs to be reloaded then. we could do actually is but those aren't guaranteed to be next door because we can have portals and stuff. So yeah, we're gonna need to know and let's refresh the loaded version. So we need to know where in the view grid it lives to run that. Which we could do by calling the tile button again, because we should be able to figure these both out. That might be an issue if something else still caches it in Cogent. So we actually want here maybe another struct. And the um that so then unless view grid, this connection becomes this, the origin. Let's do this first. Let's do we say if well, actually we need to do we just do this. That and then we say if the Oh my gosh. It's actually the view grid at, well, let's first we say if this is greater than, is this going to bite us? Because we're going to eventually need to do negatives. This will probably bite us. But we don't know for sure. We don't know how yet. So we're just going to have to, unless we were to do a, could do a function like grid at, similar to that. Because let's think here. If it, is there a helper for this already that we can just borrow? So I don't really want to do a method if I don't have to. Yeah, not turning up anything doesn't surprise me. If there was anything, it would probably be in the slices package. Probably just borrowing problems from tomorrow. Because we have to translate, right, between, if we want to support negatives, we need to translate between what is the perceived index and what is the actual index. Because you can't actually have like a negative index, right? So perhaps we just leave this for now. And we'll just say, we'll do it the simple way. We'll leave that. We'll leave tomorrow's problems for tomorrow. We'll say if x index minus 1 greater than 0, and it's horizontal, so and x index plus 1 is less than the length of view grid minus 1 because length. I feel like there should be. Need that. Yeah, okay. Then okay, so if these are both true, then we say origin wrapper origin tile is we should say view grid at -1 y index, and then the origin tiles or origin tile is this tile dot. Are you not? You're an interface, right? Okay. And then this is we need to assert this as well. And we can actually just wrap this all into this, I suppose. If I just that's map grid widget. If this is okay, then in here, origin tile is asserted map tile dot dot button is asserted map tile dot button. We're happy. This is -1 here. Check both sides. And then here, okay. That's fine. Did I not? Didn't. Don't think those need to be because yes. Okay, so that's we do the other side now. We say if x index +1. We don't need to check it. Well, yeah. We do. As long as this is also less than the length of view grid -1 because length. +1 y index type assert to map grid widget, if that's okay. Destination wrapper. Origin tile is thread map tiles tile. Thread map tiles button. This is not origin though. This is wait a second. This isn't an origin tile. It's just a tile. So then that goes in there. And we say that, let's make this is this not my it's because so we have a connection as an origin and a destination. So in here we just have the tiles, which is fine. We need to do we want to parse out the connection objects here, or do we want them to go it's probably fine. If it makes sense, we can change it later, but I think we just want the connections, right? Meow. So this becomes kind of the new pattern for this. We do this, but instead of X index, we do Y index and Y index. X index. And that's because we don't yet. The end of this, we need to. That's. And this is. Just the len. Wait, did I do that backwards? Ugrid. Yes, I did. No, that's correct. Yeah. Needs to be here. Where did I? Here's where I screwed up. No, now we're good. Okay. And then this one is also y index. This one's also y index. So -1, +1, -1, y index. Oop, no. +1. Then we do that still. Okay. And then diagonal. We basically have to do both. If we're going to reuse this, then we are going to want to. No, that's not true. We have to do it twice, but it's kind of the. It's kind of both cases, right? So this is. First diagonal is -1, -1 to +1, +1. So this can become and this. And this is -1, -1. This becomes and this. And this is x index plus 1 plus 1. And then we also need to check this becomes let's call you right diagonal. So your -1 to +1 +1. Left diagonal is +1 +1 to -1 -1. So with this, we can actually do, wait. Oh, this is -1 -1 to +1 +1. The other one is -1 +1. So let's do this. We're going to say we can just nil these, I think. Unless I'm confused. Ah, right. Guess we can just do a new. It should overwrite it. We do that, we need to be careful that when we check these, yeah, we'll just check the tile for being nil or not. So we do that. We then need to grab basically all of this again and just change the numbers. And then you become left diagonal connection. We do this. So the first is -1 +1. This becomes, oh my gosh. plus 1. This is minus 1 on the x, plus 1 on the y. This becomes minus, minus, minus. All that. This doesn't need that in there anymore. Okay, so we do those things. We do that. And then we'll be able to, in our update, say, we know our direction, so we can build the icons when we get to there based on the length of connection and then going in. I won't even need the length, but we'll just, well, yeah, we will. Because if there's no connections, then it should be. We're going to have to handle one-way connections. But we can do that by checking the origin and destination pointers. So I think we're okay there still. And we do need to check both of them still, so I think it makes sense to keep this up. Okay, so if we then, so we do this new map widget, we do all this work, and then we do finalize view grid. Let's see if it crashes. That's the first thing we'll want to know. Didn't crash. That's a good sign. This will still crash because we haven't, our handler doesn't handle it correctly right now. Oops. That's fine. Die, please. Thank you. Leave that not committed just for a second because I'm not completely convinced I'm happy with this, but I'm going to step away for just a minute. It's been about another hour, so I'm going to stretch out and I got to open some windows to get stuffy in here. So I'll be right back. There we go. Windows open, fan on, get a little airflow here. So, we didn't crash. That's very good. Up until this part, but that's fine. We know about that. We don't need that anymore, which will break this, which is fine. We're going to not need this anymore here either, which is going to break up here. All of these, that's fine. Take them out real quick. Take care of that. Take care of that. Now, when we build the connection, the updater will need to get fired, but we're also going to have to rebuild the connection on the case of updating a tile. Because the connections come from looking at the neighbors, right? So if we change that connection in the UI, we need to write it to the tiles, which is fine. That shouldn't be an issue, hopefully. But we also need to update the UI to reflect that, right? So what we're probably also going to want is kind of pull this apart a little bit more, which makes sense, right? But for now, let's get it tied into here, because that's going to help us to test the eventual expansion of functionality. So this we ultimately want. Create transit data. Takes the game map tile connection direction. This just needs to this, that, because that, yeah, right, there represents the actual structure. So getting the transit, creating the form just needs to take a direction. And we know the direction because of the layout. Makes sense. So basically what this needs is to just take a connection. No. Connection tile widget. Let me switch on dot direction. In the case of horizontal, if connections 0 dot origin is not nil. Wait, these will never be nil. Origin dot tile is not nil. Then we do this. Except for instead of this, it is. Well, let's do this. That's fine. This becomes origin tile. That. We do the same thing. Should only be one connection, right? Yeah. Destination tile. We do the same thing. That. We do the same thing essentially here, except for we do south and north. East, west, because yes. And then we do the same thing again, except twice. This is still 0. Southeast. But yeah. We should also probably say if there's not at least one in here. We just return the empty thing that we had. We can actually do that. Oops. Up here. Because we're done. Then here. Not there. We already checked for 1. So we're good there. Southeast, northwest. Great. Fantastic. If len not origin tile, John widget connections is less than 2. We can actually just break, I think, because we're in a switch. Yeah. Otherwise, we do the same thing we did here, but with index 1 of the connections. and you become southwest, northeast. Sure. Howdy, Zach D. How's it going? And then we append still. That's fine. Default we can just return. That's fine too. Oh, we're doing all right. Rocking our way through little code on a Friday. How about you? So then this no longer needs tiles and direction. It just needs to get a connection tile widget. Which is exactly what we need here as well. And then we don't need tiles anymore. But we do need this to be a pointer, perhaps. Think here. Yes. Believe so. So then we do this, transit tile widget. Can we just reuse connection tile widget? We can. That. Oops. Ends a tile widget, yes. Okay. Shouldn't be called tile though. It should be called that. Leave the strings alone. Just the code, please. This is not a connection tile widget. This is a... Yeah, it is. Like so. That should theoretically tie all that together. Now here, we need this to be this. Give me your button. We'll register those on it. And then up here, we no longer do that. But we give you... And this actually needs to be... an interface. So yeah, it should be fine. I think, hopefully. That. Let's just do that. Same deal here. Oops. That. That. So we need to make sure also, because we're going to use the pointer so that we can mess with these, we need to make sure that when we finalize the view grid, we did nil check. Okay, great, fantastic. So theoretically now, this should run. Probably missing something and it'll probably blow up in my face. Seems like the thing, right? No, it didn't. Oh, awesome. Okay. Ooh. Okay. So that isn't working, but but it didn't die. So there's that, right? Is it because I didn't? Is it because my connections are nil, perhaps? That could be. It could be. That's actually, this doesn't need to be a pointer, I don't think, because we're going to have a pointer to this widget. But I could be wrong because Cogent might need to drive that based on the a pointer. But we extract it, so that should be fine. Yeah. So we've got that. Let's see here. We create the transit data. Set selected. This transit is this. Update data is updates, which we just built. There. Update data is the update data object. Origin is the origin. Destination is the destination. Connection widget is the connection widget. This. Yeah, okay. Bidirection. Build that out. Where are you blank? You are indeed connected. think I can really see much in here. What I could do is down here. Set selected connection. Is it because let's go to here. Not here. Here. This. And see what it spits out into my console here when I click on it. Because that's where this should get fired. So, shoop. Has no connections in it. Okay. So it's not getting set into there. Which wait. This has to be a pointer. Because we're changing it. Need to dereference this here. And here. Can I not? That. Well, no, because it should already be pointer. Effectively underneath, right? It should just still be passing. No, I don't remember. Let's see. Slice no story dish, so tracing the underlying array, changing elements if a slice modifies the corresponding elements of its underlying array. Other slices here, okay, yeah. A and B. That should be that prints all of them 0 to 2 non-inclusive, so it's the first two and the second two. Wait, John, Paul, and George. John, Paul, 0 to 2, 0, 1, not inclusive. Oh, 1 to 3, so not inclusive. Yeah, Paul, George. John, Paul, George. And then B0 is XXX. A, B. So B0 should wipe out Paul, John, XXX, George, Ringo. Right, okay. That doesn't help me though. Call. Okay, yeah. I'm not changing the length of that, so it should be fine. I think I'm okay with that. I just need to... I don't think I can do a pointer to an interface, right? I can, okay. That's... And then I would need to... Then I can't type assert there. Can I... do that? What should I do that? This starts to get hard to read, right? So... put this back to compiling real quick. Um... Do I need to type asserted as a pointer? And then... I wonder if it's just silently... let's take that out. Because if it's getting a pointer, but it's not type asserting, then we'll say this is not connection tile widget. Instead got what is the format string. Go to the my package here. %T, okay. %capital T. And then this is pretty cool words. Put you on the next line here. X index, Y index. Except for you take a coordinate, that's fine. And then the type here is whatever was in here. Let's run that right quick. Ugh, I closed my editor window. Dang it. Okay. Yes. Instead, I got a pointer. Okay, so my type asserting was wrong, which makes sense, right? And now we have logging, which is fantastic. So, type assert that. We should do the same thing here, just for debug. This, and except for we say tile at grid at location S is not map grid widget, instead got the thing. Pretty cool words still. It's now X index -1, Y index. That. Do the same thing for this, and I don't think I map grid widget these should be, what did I put in to the tile grid? I believe they should be pointers. Horizontal connection, view grid is yes. And that's correct, they should be pointers because we want to modify them. And I should say, not pointer 2. Because in both cases, we should be checking for pointer. We need to change that down here too. Then we need to do the same checky. Just changing the chords here. This is y index minus 1. Like so. This is y index plus 1. Minus 1, plus 1, plus 1. Minus 1, minus 1. Wait, this is plus 1. Plus 1, plus 1, minus 1, minus 1. Beautiful. One more. I should also make sure that I changed. I didn't. That is important. This is minus 1, minus 1. I already feel the urge to fix this. It's so ugly. I just want it to work right now. This is plus 1, plus 1. You are plus 1, minus 1. Plus 1, minus 1. Wait. This should be minus 1, plus 1. It is minus 1, plus 1. Plus 1, minus 1, plus 1, minus 1. Yes, okay. This one is plus 1, minus 1, but flip minus 1, plus 1. X minus y plus x minus y plus. Okay. Close you out. Clear that mess out. I forgot to do. Nope, nope, not that. I forgot to change that. And that. Just double check. Change. Okay. No pointer to connection tile widget. Map grid widget. So that's, ooh, that's fine. We need to take that out of here because we do want it to skip. But this, fantastic. Okay, so we want to take this out. And instead do um let's do uh evaluate count, and we'll say if this is okay, and then we can say here and we can say um in the view map and evaluated for connections. That will be more meaningful anyway. 3 and 4 to connection tiles are found. View map value for connections. Fantastic. I love that. And then this should gracefully handle nil, right? No. Because our display doesn't handle it yet, I think. Okay, let's stop, please. Let's go ahead and do this. That so that we have a place to build from, right? This handles nils, but don't know that I like. What does transit update data hold? Origin, destination, direction, description, interlink. Okay, yeah, that. Transit update data for it. Because well, no. Selected transit append this transit, which is a selected transit, where do we fail to handle nil gracefully? Boop. Sure, fantastic. Just give me I'll go 135. Oh. Because we need to go deeper. Edit bar go 230. Because we might not have. Okay, yeah. This is indiscriminate right now. If the destination or the origin is nil, it won't have a location, right? Makes sense. So how do we want to tackle this? We want to filter this anyway, because we need to know things about these connections, like whether or not they exist at all, right? But I guess the question comes down to building this where like there shouldn't be an origin and a destination if there's not one of them, right? So let's come in here. This did I do something silly and temporary, like say update? No. Okay. It has to be in here. So we build all those. Ah, it's because this. So we need to think about this. This tile could have more than one transit. And in most cases often will, right? So like if we were to go and run this and do well, we filter it by the direction though. I see. So you shouldn't have wait. Return return an empty for this. Oops. We don't even need to do that. If there's nothing, we'll do that first and foremost. So now, come in here. When we do the build here, origin tile, why weren't you nil? Let's run this again real quick. It's 341. That sounds about right. That's correct. This is not correct. Tile go 1, 2, 5. Let's just go see. Tile is in server game map. Tile 135. Application, yeah. So where is it getting nil? This, oh, because this has no, okay, yes. This needs to be smarter because this just makes a list and we do this. This is fine and dandy, but set select con. We make, that's still a to do. We make the transit data. If it's a nil, then it should be a nil, but it doesn't know that. Wait, why would that be? So connections, let's go in. Do that because it's not nil. We assign it to this empty. Well, no, that should be a nil tile because we checked tile. Connections, origin, tile. If it's not nil, we append that. Okay, that's not what I would expect. Sure, I'm overlooking something silly, but not here. Let's go here. Just print this out for me really quick. So that prints out two things. This errors like we know it does. And prints out one thing. So why would it be edit bar go 232? Yes. Map widget 583. Is this? Okay. East and west. South, north, southeast, northwest, southwest, northeast. because this is getting jumbled. Because if the connections, right? Connections is just a list. If there's only one of these in here, we don't actually know if it is the one to the east or the one to the west. That's why. So it was saying, okay, that didn't get added. This would get added because this... over here, this says that, hey, nil is on my left because it's the first row in the horizontal, right? So it says nil is on my left. We append an empty. We find out the origin tile is nil. It doesn't get added. But it's also saying that west is now index 1, right? Oh, wait. Connections. Well, no, we're pending the whole connection, which is a tile wrapper. Connection tile, widget type, connections. Yeah, okay. So there's only one connection because there's origin to destination. So that's not true. But transit update data says, so our first guy is just empty. So that should be nil and nil. If origin tile is nil, which it shouldn't be, return nil. Otherwise, get transits from the origin tile. The destination tile is, the other one should come in here. Fine. So get transits. If the, okay, because your destination becomes nil. So we get transits if you have something that would be to the west. Well, that shouldn't be true. We should have an empty transit data. I suspect this is my problem. Okay, so this is sort of confusing. So we need to think about how to make this easier to understand and read, right? It's a problem. Should be a default value, which should be nil and nil, because these are both pointers. there shouldn't be a transit on this tile to the west. But because we create this, we have a nil. Nil. Okay, yeah. So what we actually need to do here well, this. Rid of that. That. This. We'll still need to clean this up some, but okay, we still have this, but set selected connection. Edit bar go 231. Same place. Is that because we return a nil? Okay, we need to rework this. This is messy. This should be this for correctness, but I'm still not happy. There's too much stuff here that's kind of just floating around and kind of feels duplicatey. We need to try to figure out how to kind of clean this up, make it easier to work with. This. This. Now, hopefully. We get nothing. Because there's no connections. Makes sense, right? For now. Get connections. Get nothing. We need to create a placeholder, right? Like we do for a nil tile. That gives us the option. But only if there's another tile on the right, right? Okay, let's do this. I'm going to say We'll have to do something else about that UI wise. But for now, that gets us closer. And now we can dynamically figure out who's next to us, right? Which is fantastic. We need to do some cleanup, but we're getting closer to something usable. There's still a lot of questions and stuff, but you know, it's all a process, right? So that is 4 hours. I'm going to call it here today. Thank you to everybody who swung through here today. We'll be doing it tomorrow again, same time on Twitch. Look down below. There's my schedule. I will be here tomorrow. Sunday and Monday, I will not be streaming. I will be booting a boot. I plan to be back end of the week, hopefully. And we might jump in early or not. We'll see how things go, right? Make up or not. But thank you. Enjoy your Friday. Love to see you again.